Vyshyvanka.
Okay, there we go, finally. Good afternoon, or I guess it's still technically morning for another 8 minutes. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. Today we're going to celebrate another artist that I love, recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. I'm all out of my routine here. Today we're going to be looking at the work of Lyubov Panchenko, one of Ukraine's great artists. A little bit of a forgotten artist until a recent terrible genocidal invasion by Russia happened, which caused her death in a notorious place, one of the most infamous places that is occurred as part of Russia's illegal invasion and occupation of Ukraine, my ancestral homeland. But we're going to try to keep it positive, but it is important to know that, unfortunately, this artist died as a direct result of these terrible, recent, unfortunate events. So I want to celebrate her work, this great artist, really inspiring individual, who made it her life's mission to revive and spread Ukrainian culture after decades of suppression under Soviet authorities. And that's what we're going to do today. So let's, just maybe before I quickly go into this, let's just look at the scale of difficulty for this painting. I'm going to put this one, it's going to be somewhere between, I would say, novice and intermediate. It does look fairly straightforward. If we were coloring this with colored pencils, very easy. But if we're doing this with paint, it's going to be a little bit more time consuming and require a little bit of precision. So, you know, if you're just getting started with mixing paint and you're struggling with brush control, you know, beginner might have a little bit of difficulty with this. That's why I say a novice painter or maybe even intermediate painter would find this painting a little bit easier. I'm certainly a more advanced painter could do it. I think it just requires time. That's the main thing. And I am in a little bit of a hurry. I just dropped my daughter off at school and I got to go pick her up later on. So that might be a good thing for some people who think I talk too much. So let's look at the plan for today. We're going to talk briefly about the materials required, and then we're going to do the image transfer. We're going to stain it with some color. We're going to talk about Panchenko's biography. and the circumstances briefly related to her death. And then I don't think we'll do an underpainting. We're just going to go right in here. And there isn't really a background or foreground per se, but I'll still use these as chapter headlines because obviously you can skip ahead depending on where you want to watch the video. So I have got to be out of here in 5 hours or less. So that's when I imagine we're going to be going right up to the end here, just because of the relative time-consuming nature of the way that this painting was composed. I know it was done in felt. I know it's done in felt, but even if it was done in felt, it would take us even longer. Okay. And, you know, just before I even launch right in here, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider using the PayPal link there below. You can send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. My email is on the Facebook group and my website. And I also encourage, if you have the means, to consider making a donation to UN Human Rights Watch or the Red Cross. All those links down below to help support the men and women currently under in the Russian fascist invasion. Okay, so let's go up to the top here. So our first step here is going to just talk about materials very briefly. I've done an entire 2-hour episode going into great depths about all of this, but since not everybody watches those episodes, here's just a quick little bit of information. All of this stuff you can download from the Dropbox folder. The very first folder at the top of that link contains all this information, a handout which you can print out and take with you to an art supply store. But basically you want paint, some sort of support to paint on, and some paint brushes. That's enough to get you started. But there's a few things that I often use in my paintings that include like matte medium and glazing fluid. Those would really be helpful as well. Other options, I don't really use any of these, or especially, well, for this painting, maybe Posca pens. I haven't thought about that until I'm just looking at it. If we do, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And as always, I encourage you to have lots of rags and things around. If you're painting at home on your kitchen table or in your bedroom, you probably want to have some newspaper covering the table and clothes that can get paint on them. Now, I'm going to use a particular method of painting called the split primary palette. I didn't invent it, but it's part of my life mission now is to popularize this method, because I think if I knew this method 20 years ago, my life would be very different. It would have saved me a lot of frustration. I think this is the optimal way for a beginner to learn how to paint. There are lots of different methods and many, many more complex methods, but I think this is your best bet. And it's also the cheapest, because you can just go out and buy these 8 different tubes of paint, and you can paint anything. I mean, once you know how to paint, you can paint anything. But you don't have to buy a different set or palette of colors depending on what you paint. Which, if that sounds crazy, tell me about it. That's the way I learned. There was a set of paints if you want to do landscapes, a set of paints if you want to do portraits, a set of paints if you wanted to do still lifes. And then so you end up getting 30 different tubes of paints before you know exactly what you want to paint. This method is also really helpful because it really emphasizes color temperature, because every color has a temperature. It's either warm or cold, and depending on where it's located on the color wheel, it's warmer or colder. So knowing how to mix, or knowing what warm and cool colors do, can also help you select and mix the color you want, because you just have to ask yourself, do I want that color to move forward or go backwards, right? Because warm colors tend to advance towards the viewer, cool colors attempt to recede. And even if you're painting an abstract painting, and this painting I would consider to be an abstraction, it's a highly stylized artwork. So if we do want to create a little bit more depth, we want to kind of keep in mind adding those cooler colors in the background. Now I think we're going to go for kind of flatness here, but that can be helpful we'll talk about it as we go. Now I'm going to use this particular brand of paint here. this Amsterdam paint. You don't have to use this brand, but I do think it is the best bang for your buck. Sorry if that's making a loud sound right next to the microphone. Now, I'm going to use every color except black. I got a couple black tubes in here, which I've had for almost 4 years, totally, well, they're not untouched. I used them in the last episode briefly, but I like to mix my own black and grays whenever possible. So I like this brand. I'm not sponsored, not paid. I didn't get a single free tube of paint or anything, but I do think that if you're just getting started, this is a good brand to use. You can certainly spend a lot more money on better paint like Golden, but if you're just starting, you probably won't notice it. And even if you're an intermediate or maybe even advanced professional artist, this stuff is going to do you just fine. Certainly depending on what you're planning on doing. Now I'm going to scroll through this big list. Again, you can download this list from the Dropbox folder, print it out, or do screenshots right now. Take it to your local art supply store or look online for these paints. Some are more easily available to you depending on where you live. You can certainly get them shipped to you. Just do a little bit of double checking online to find out prices, because prices can vary quite widely on not just different brands of paint, but on the same brand in different locations. For instance, Amazon, I'm an Amazon Prime customer. You can buy all of these materials on Amazon, but you're going to pay double, even triple the price. Sometimes, you know, the canvas I'm using here, which I'll talk about shortly, you can find actually cheaper than anywhere else, but the paint, not so cheap. So I'm just going to quickly scroll right through this. Here's two brands I don't recommend, Peebo and Museum Color, because they add too much titanium white to their color, making it impossible to mix a black as I like to do it. Now, they work, but they don't work as effectively for this system, and if you do get these colors, it's going to be very frustrating, and you're going to be like, I can't seem to make what Michael's doing. I must be doing something wrong. Nope, you're not doing anything wrong. It's the paint. And this, or so you could buy this and try to paint, and if you can't replicate, you're like, well, I must not my fault. It's the paint, and you could blame the paint. Every paint company adds a little bit of white as a filler, but these guys put way too much in there. Okay, just before I move on, I just want to acknowledge everyone in the chat there. There's Kathy. Looks like a fun one, but I will watch on replay. Catch you next time. Senga says, I'll catch you next time. Or maybe Senga saying, Kathy, I'll catch you next time. I'm not sure. Judith is there. Hi, Judith. Ari's there. And Ane says hello. Lots of hearts. Thank you, Ane. Asnul says, hey. Trap Gaming says hi. Ari says, what a gorgeous painting. And Asnul says, asks the question, is there any alternative to glazing fluid? And another thing, I kind of confused about how to use varnish. Do you have to use isolation medium before applying varnish to acrylic? I don't know about this isolation medium. I know it depends. There's different kinds of varnishes that exist out there. There's spray varnishes and varnishes that you can just brush on. So I'm not sure. I don't typically varnish my own acrylic paintings. I know lots of people do. It's not necessary. If you're just, in fact, I would say the vast majority of artists, even professional artists, don't varnish even their oil paintings. Varnish is basically there to protect the surface. It's like putting a piece of glass over the surface so that if it was in a restaurant, perhaps, and someone splashed spaghetti sauce on your painting, they could clean it without perhaps smearing any paint that had, was maybe loosely applied onto the surface, because that can happen if you've got a painting that is acrylic painting. It could be dry for a few years, and you start trying to wipe into it, you might notice that you got a rag and the color starts coming off, right? So, and that's especially if you're adding lots of water into your acrylic paints. That's another reason why you may want to avoid using water as opposed to a medium. But I don't know about the isolation medium. I imagine that isolation medium is you put that between those layers just to help protect those initial layers of paint, so that the varnish, if it is removed, and that's one of the main reasons why you'd want to use a varnish, is that if you wanted, or a conservator decades later could take the varnish off, do any restoration of the painting, apply the varnish back on. So that's yeah. So I haven't really spent too much time investigating varnish because I rarely do it. I think it's generally unnecessary unless you're really, the conditions the painting you're going to be in are going to be, potentially harmful to the painting itself, right? Like, if it was in a public space, like a hotel, a kitchen, bathroom, probably not a good idea to put a painting in a bathroom anyway. A high trafficked area, like in the lobby of a hotel, again, something like that, where kids might be touching it, that's when you would really want to consider varnishing it. But if it's just in somebody's home, probably not as necessary. Question about glazing fluid. Is there an alternative to glazing fluid? Well, two kinds of alternatives, I guess, would be like a slow dry medium. So basically, glazing fluid is the combination of matte medium and slow dry medium, and maybe some sort of chemical that makes it a little bit more fluid-like. So matte medium is basically what's in your paint before they put the color, the pigment, inside. So it's just basically the raw paint without any color. So it'll dry clear, but it tends to dry quite relatively quickly, sometimes faster than the paint itself, but it's a way of getting a little bit more transparency. So you could use matte medium. However, if you get frustrated it's drying too quickly, you could use slow dry medium instead, or in addition to matte medium. Slow dry medium does what it sounds like. It's sometimes referred to as a paint retarder. It's slowing down the drying process. And this will give you a little bit, kind of mimics the effect of painting with oil paints to a certain extent. Although, again, when you add anything into the paint, it's making it more transparent. Versus oil paints take a long time to dry naturally and will stay at their full intensity of color, and the opacity doesn't change because of the material. So glazing fluid, you go to your art supply store, you'll notice often there's like a wall of different mediums, and I'm sure there's some that come very close to the chemical mixture in glazing fluid. And many of them, like I've got dozens of bottles that say like GAC 100, 200, 500, 700, and honestly, I don't even know what 9 out of 10 of them do. That's a question probably even best asked to your local art supply store. Talk to like the manager, somebody who does the ordering. They're probably a little more familiar with those specific things. Because especially if you have maybe a younger person working there who's less experienced with the diversity of these mediums. I mean, again, if you were like, you're asking me, I would have no idea. And I've been painting for 25 plus years professionally. So there's Nikki says, hi, master teacher. Hey, everyone. Hi, Nikki. Judith says, Michael, what is your critique of King Charles' new painted portrait? Well, speaking of which, that's our next painting. We're going to do that painting. So maybe I'll leave my my critique or comments about it until we're actually doing it. So there's a little teaser for that. But great question, Judith, and I appreciate that. Yes, it's been in the news. That's the universal signal for have a sip of tea. Or possibly do shots, depending on what time of day it might be on your part of the world. Okay, so let's jump right into our next step here. So, what we're going to do is we're going to do an image transfer. Now, I've done the outline for this painting. So there's the original artwork. And then here's the tracing that I did on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. I just traced over all those lines. And I'm going to transfer it. Now, you can download this using the Dropbox link. Just a quick little shout out to the Facebook page. Join the Facebook page and upload your work there. So if I click on the link to the Dropbox folder, and again, right at the top, this is where the art supply list I mentioned off the top was. If we scroll down here, this is the folder we're about to open. These are for simpler paintings, your kind of beginner, novice, intermediate, and then the next set down here are for much more complex paintings. This is like your intermediate, advanced, master level paintings are all going to be down here. And you can see there's, I don't know, 300 folders or so. So here we're going to check out Panchenko. Here we've got the original artwork, and then the two versions of the outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF. Download it onto your desktop at home, and then print it on your inkjet, laserjet printer. Take it to your local printing store, Staples, and you can get it printed on regular photocopy paper. Excuse me. Okay, so once I've got this, I'm going to apply it onto this 9x12 sized canvas panel. Now this I ordered off Amazon. You order 12 for like $24 Canadian, which is probably like $18 American. Great deal. You know, that comes out to less, or $2 a piece basically Canadian, a little bit less American. And I think these are far superior to the ones you can get at the dollar store for $1. So it's about twice the price, but about 10 times the quality. And you can certainly buy more expensive ones that are pretty much exactly like this at your local art supply store. So this is an instance where Amazon works well. I take it out of the plastic. I give it a little gentle sanding with some 100 grit sandpaper. And then I take my white acrylic gesso and I apply a coat of that. And I put a little block on there, let it drip onto a piece of newsprint overnight. Next day, I take my 100 grit sandpaper, give it a nice gentle sanding again, and that leaves me with a nice smooth surface. And when we're painting something like today's artwork that's got a lot of detail, you are going to be so grateful that you did a little bit of that. Sometimes people love painting on highly textured canvases, and that can be nice if you're doing something like this. This is our painting by Jay DeFeo. She was, an incredible New York-based artist in the 50s and 60s associated with the Beat movement, like Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg, William S. Burroughs, etc. And this painting has a lot of texture. And so if you're making a painting where you're putting a lot of paint on there and you want it to stick to the surface, well, you want a textured surface to grip on, to bite into that paint. But if you're doing something a little more delicate, like today's painting, you probably want a smoother surface. Some people really like a super smooth surface. I don't mind if there's a little bit of texture. In fact, I kind of like that, because at some point, it's like, well, I might as well just be painting on glass or paper, right? Okay, so I'm going to tape this down. There's a lot of lines in here, which is going to take me, maybe 10 minutes to trace. So I'm probably going to trace all these lines, but if at some point you see that long story short, is it's quite likely that I'm not going to paint every single individual little sliver of color in here, just because I am on a little bit of a time crunch. And that's also just the complexity of that is kind of mind-boggling if you're a beginner painter, right? And I want to try to do justice to Panchenko's work, but also the goal is to help spread her work to as many people as possible. And So I want to make it as accessible as possible for people to recreate and share her work. After all, many of her works were destroyed by Russian armed forces when they invaded the town that she grew up and lived in for all 84 years of her life. So many of the works that she created have been lost, and so part of what I want to do is help ensure that her work lives on for future generations, even if the originals no longer exist themselves. So this, when I did the outlines for this, it took me like an hour to trace all of these lines. Pretty complex. I feel like I'm going faster here. There is a lot of detail. So yeah, you're going to see as I get closer into this painting, I'm going to make some pretty tough decisions as to eliminate some of these shapes. I mean, wow. Like, you know, it's interesting when when I'm doing the outlines, I'm doing them on my iPad and I'm kind of zoomed in, drawing all these arcing shapes. And sometimes it's hard to really fully appreciate the work until I'm doing something like this, going over these lines. And then you see the larger picture, the gestalt, if you will. The whole thing all at once. And you really get a sense of the dynamic quality, all these sweeping arcs. Not even sure exactly how we're gonna do everything here. My goodness. fact that she did all of this with felt is absolutely incredible. These are really exceptional artworks. That they're actually relatively large. They're probably, I don't have the dimension. So roughly 40 by 30 inches, or 102 by 76 centimeters. So you're talking a meter wide. So essentially about your arm's length, or at least about my arm's length wide. And so there's some images. I'm not even, now that I'm just thinking about it, I don't know if I have them queued up here, where you see the artworks like this, and maybe even this one hanging in her house and behind her while she's in her living room. You're like, wow, those are big, actually. So that also means, you know, whenever we're painting something that's quite, the scale is different than the original, it just requires some understanding that obviously we're not going to be able to get all of those details in here. I know there's those little spots up there, but that's easier just to do afterwards. Okay. Wow, lots of comments. Okay, 1 second here. I'll get to those. Okay. Let me see. 1 second. There's Alina in the chat there, says, hi, Michael. Nikki says, hey, teacher, I have a question, please. I'm just wondering, in my city, they have a lot of local artists, and some of them put their artwork on sale in their stores, which I was thinking, is that wrong? Maybe we recreate for some artists and put to sell them, or do you advise us to make paintings our way? Because I already have some already made that I consider good to sell, you know, thanks to you for teaching us. I appreciate any advice from you because I showed some of my finished work for these locations and they loved it. Well, I mean, I would discourage you from selling the paintings that you make in class based on other artists' work, unless they're, over the paintings themselves are over, let's say, 100 years old, or they're the artists themselves have been dead for at least 75 years or so, roughly kind of following current kind of copyright rules. And I know copyright is different depending on which country you live in. Because if you're making paintings by contemporary artists and selling them as your own, that could potentially expose you to some legal issues. What I'm trying to do here is to share artwork by artists that I think are important, and especially artists I think deserve more recognition, like Panchenko, who's obviously known quite well in Ukraine, but less so outside of Ukraine. So, at the very least, you want to make quite clear that you're doing a reproduction, a copy, a painting inspired by that artist, and not trying to pass it off as your own. So if you're making a painting, like one of Van Gogh's paintings or Picasso's paintings, Matisse, Warhol, I think all of those are more than fair game to create and then sell. But if it's an artist like, I'm trying to think of who, like Nicole Eisenman, who's a contemporary living American artist who we featured, I think we've done a couple of paintings by her or them. That would be, possibly both illegal and I think kind of immoral. So kind of use your best judgment. There's nothing, obviously some people will do things and sell them anyway, but I would prefer people not, perpetuate an issue, and think about using it as an opportunity to create your own work. So like, if you did a painting in the style of Panchenko, I think that could be fine. Take a photograph of yourself or your siblings or neighbors or your children dressed up and then try to paint them in the style. By all means, that's great. I would still acknowledge that artist because that actually might be a selling point for the work. But I think going out and just reproducing these and selling them kind of is a little bit contrary to the spirit of these episodes, personally. But I do certainly encourage selling your own artwork. I think that's great. And finding venues, places where you can sell work that you've created, I think I'm 100% behind that for sure. Absolutely. And then Anil Ruzaki says, Michael, I started your beginner drawing course 2 days ago and I love it. Your teaching is clear and relaxing. Once I finish, I'll catch up on the acrylic painting lessons. Yes, that's so cool. Awesome. Thank you so much. I love that you're doing the drawing course. Keep on going. Don't give up. Some people do. So go all the way to the end. I think the more people that are making art and learning and spreading the joy of art, the better our world will be. So, where are we next? Let's move to the next step. Our next step here is to do something called the Imprimatura. The Imprimatura is a stain that we're going to put on the surface of the painting. It's been done for about 500 plus years. The name, it's an Italian word meaning the priming layer or the first layer of paint. The prima layer. You don't have to do this. I love doing this step. Certainly, Panchenko did not do this step in this particular artwork because it's made of felt and you wouldn't have been able to see it. But I did notice in some of her other artworks, she often did kind of a stain on some of them, and we'll look at that as we go here. So I'm just going to kind of quickly show on the screen there some reasons why you might want to do this. There's all sorts of reasons, but the one at the very top there is probably my main reason for doing it. Beyond all the other the things, the history of it, that so many artists throughout history have done this. I just realized I forgot my water. I'm just going to mute this and grab my water. Beyond the history, I find doing this is really an important part of my painting routine. In the same way that, you know, a figure skater might have a particular way of tightening their skates, and you know, a doctor might have a particular way of you know, eating breakfast and tying their shoelaces before a really important surgery or something. I think this is the same sort of thing. It's a way of kind of locking myself into the creative process. So there's lots of, I think, really important reasons for doing this. But again, not everybody does, and you certainly don't need to do it. But I think it's something I recommend. So I've put my warm yellow on here, and one of the reasons that I like doing this is also it's kind of brainless activity. I don't even have to think about it, especially now that I've been doing it for years. And so it doesn't require any creativity, it doesn't require any thought. It's just something I can do, and then as I'm doing, I'm literally painting, but I'm not even having to think about painting. Now, traditionally, artists would use a warm red, a brownish brick red color, and not necessarily even paint over the entire surface either. So there's lots of different ways about going about this. We're basically going to cover all of this yellow up, but you know, if there's gaps between these different kind of almost puzzle pieces of interlocking shapes, I'd rather have a little bit of yellow in between there than white, because white always just looks kind of amateurish. It kind of looks unfinished, and that's one of the, I think, the more important reasons for doing this. It's going to elevate a painting, even by a total beginner, just to look a little bit more complex, because especially other beginners will look at it and be like, whoa, that's weird. Why did you put yellow under there? And then you'd be like, oh, well, I'm not such a beginner after all. I'm using more advanced painting techniques. And then people go, whoa, dude. Show me where you've got this secret knowledge. Okay. So I like to wipe any excess paint off and then clean my brush and my water. You can still see the water changes color, but first of all, this is going to make it much easier to clean my brush when I don't have a lot of pigment in there. And also, I won't have to change my water every 10 minutes. When I paint in person, sometimes I notice people are getting new water every 5-10 minutes because they're just taking a brush loaded up with color, and then they're just like, how come it's taking so long? It's like, wipe it off on a rag. It'll save you so much time. Okay, look at that. Love it. I love looking at fresh painting like that. Ready to go. Nice bright color too. So just getting my self ready here. Okay. Next, let's talk a little bit about Panchenko's biography, Lyubov Panchenko's biography, and just learn about what makes her such an important artist, a beloved figure, and we'll talk briefly as much as possible about her unfortunate passing. So, Lyubov Panchenko is born in February 1938 and passes away on April 30th, 2022. And this date is pretty significant because of what was happening in and around her home during that time, but we'll get there. So she's a really interesting figure because of I think her work is beautiful, but she's been throughout the majority of her life a vocal feminist and a vocal advocate for Ukrainian culture. And we've done a number of these episodes focusing on Ukrainian artists, and so I don't want to go through the entire history of Ukraine as a country again, but essentially when Ukraine became essentially an unwilling participant in the Soviet Union, the USSR, which was really dominated by Russia, its next door neighbor, Ukraine and Ukrainian culture was suppressed. There was a deliberate and effort on the part of the Soviet authorities, the Russian authorities, to crush Ukrainian culture, language, art, dance, music, history. That's a big one too. The destruction or confiscation of Ukrainian artifacts. I mean, the list goes on and on. In order to turn Ukraine into a good Soviet people, basically erase the past. And what Soviet meant was generally essentially becoming Russian, right? During the Soviet period, Russian people were encouraged to move to various different places throughout the Soviet Union and to spread Russian language and culture, and intermarry within Ukrainian families, so that eventually Ukrainian culture as we know it, or as it was known, would completely be erased and disappear. And this was something that Ukrainians didn't take kindly to or laying down, and Ukrainians fought over and over and over again throughout the decades to stop this erasure of Ukrainian heritage. Like my own family, who had my ancestral homeland is Ukraine, and the village in which my great grandfather lived on no longer exists. It was destroyed during the famine that Stalin initiated in Ukraine during the 40s and 50s. And so millions and millions of Ukrainians were killed during the Holodomor, which we did a painting based here's our painting about this terrible moment in Ukrainian history here. And so it's a very traumatic time in Ukrainian history, and I don't think people are necessarily aware of it, because this kind of happened, this happened before and, after World War II, and, people were more focused on what the Nazis were doing and less so on what the Russians, who were our supposed allies, were doing, but they were... I don't want to make any... it's terrible to make comparisons between the number of people that the Nazis killed and the Soviets killed, but they are quite high. Those numbers are... we're talking millions and millions of people, many of whom were Ukrainian. So one thing that did happen, though, is that after Stalin's death, there was a bit of a loosening of restrictions, and Khrushchev himself, I believe, was actually from Ukraine. Now I just want to just double check. I thought he was Kursk. So that's like right on the border there. Very close to Ukraine. If not... Okay, anyway. But Khrushchev was somehow somewhat sympathetic to the Ukrainian cause. It's one of the things that Putin blames all of everything on kind of Khrushchev, because of course he sees Stalin as his, his great hero. But one thing Khrushchev did was sort of took the boot off the neck of Ukraine for a period of time, and so during the 60s, 50s, and 60s, there was a bit of a rebirth or flourishing of Ukrainian culture that had been suppressed. It didn't mean that the authorities still weren't promoting Russian culture within Ukraine, but there was less likelihood that you would just be shot in your home or dragged away and sent to Siberia. There people still were, but it just was less intense during that period of time. So, so let me also back up here. So, she's originally from this town of Bucha, which is basically like a suburb of Kyiv. And so here's Bucha here. If we zoom out, just to kind of give you a little bit of context for the country of Ukraine here. And so she basically was born, raised, lived, and died within this very small area around the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv here. And I didn't find out too much information about her youth, so I'm afraid I can't really comment on that. But, some of the interesting things, when she was younger, she was interested in textile, embroidery, fashion, clothing design, as many sort of maybe people from rural Ukraine would have been. I mean, it's like kind of, I don't want to denigrate it, but there's Ukraine had and has always had a really active like craft culture. You have a lot of, I remember growing up as a kid, my grandmother always sewing and making things. This is not necessarily entirely unique to Ukrainian culture, but it seemed to me to be particularly important in my family anyway. Painting Easter eggs, making clothing, knitting, drapery, all sorts of different kinds of things featuring traditional Ukrainian patterns. And so she would have studied some of this at the Kyiv School of Applied Arts, and also learned a little bit about the printmaking process. And I think that's just interesting that those initial interests in textile, embroidery, and then kind of moving from that mode of working into printmaking, and specifically kind of lino cuts, I think it factors into maybe especially the way that she created this particular artwork, which involves cutting textiles, kind of almost like carving into felt, and then to create these really complex compositions. So in 1968, she joins the Faculty of Graphics at the Ukrainian Academy of Printing. And while she's there, she starts becoming more and more politically active. And she joins this group. Is it mentioned here? might have to go to my own outline that I created here. So she joins this group called the 60ers. The 60 years, which was this group of Ukrainian artists who were all about reviving the traditional methods and styles, techniques of the past, that Ukrainians were forced to abandon during the first 40 years of Soviet occupation after the fall of the Russian Tsar. And that was a particularly kind of politically active group. You know, it's kind of funny because it's just, you know, people doing kind of traditional crafts and painting, and yet it was kind of seen as quite subversive, which is, you know, somehow extremely ironic. You know, there is some an analogy to this would be here in Canada, where you had traditional art forms and cultural practices by the First Nations, the Indigenous people here in Canada, and that work was both shunned by Canadian authorities and yet also prized and stolen and put into museums. So Indigenous people were prevented from practicing their traditional ways of life, their language and culture and art, and yet people would go and pillage the totem poles and take the cedar boxes and clothing and sell them and put them in museums or their personal collections. So it was the same sort of thing that was happening, similar in a way, in Russia to Ukrainians, the kind of crushing of Ukrainian identity, and so she's part of this particular this group that was advocating for this return to and revival of traditional practices. And let's start looking at some of her work here. I mean, I just think these artworks that she created, the ones that we're looking at right here, and today's work, she created in the late 60s, early 70s. So somewhere between, like, shortly after she joins the faculty of the printmaking school. And so 68, 73 is where I sort of located this painting as part of her career. And these are, I mean, I just think they're so beautiful. These, let's zoom in. I had a really hard time trying to choose which painting of hers to feature today. This is one of my favorite. I really was thinking about this. I love this. The unexpected meeting here, this little hedgehog and this bull, I think is really beautiful. I chose today's because it kind of features a little bit more of traditional Ukrainian clothing and dress, and since that's a big part of her legacy, is trying to kind of prevent the Ukrainian culture from being erased, that I thought this might be important to feature this work. So here's her home. Maybe let's come back to that here. These are some of her obituaries. Oh man, I had a really good link to... Did I not load it up with all of her work? Ah! Okay. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. I think... Panchenko, like a lot of Ukrainian artists, their work is less known outside of Ukraine than I think it really should be, which is what we're doing here today. So often a lot of stuff is in Ukrainian, and so I'm not even able to find it online. I'm not, because I don't read Ukrainian, write Ukrainian, speak Ukrainian, even though it is my ancestral homeland. So I'm not. It makes it kind of difficult to do some of the research here. But she, as I said, was really interested in. Let's look at her work here. These images. Oh, this one doesn't have some of her early paintings in here either. So she did do some paintings, but obviously her main interest was in printmaking and in textile design. Subsequently, there has also been people who have taken some of her designs and turned them into clothing, and I wanted to kind of just show these. Like, I just think these are so cool. Right, like one thing I love is the thickness of these of this felt. You know, it's a very traditional way of Ukrainian clothing, but it just looks super comfortable. Like, I love the feeling of felt. There's something to I always think of felt as something that's very decadent, and yet in some ways it's also kind of seen as kind of cheap, you know, kindergarten kind of art material, but so I don't know, it's really cool. We could see some of her patternings in here, like that belt. I want that belt. That is awesome. So these are all clothings inspired by her designs. I'm not sure if she had any role to play in the creation of these works, even though these were created just a few years before she died. But they do look super hip. Maybe I didn't realize I could go through these images like this. So let's bring her original artwork up. So again, now this one is much larger. This is probably 2 arms length wide, and you know, probably, you know, arms length high. They're big, big, beautiful artworks. And like when we look at, like, okay, here's another example where you can see how there's all these individual little cuts, pieces of fabric that are trimmed and put together. Like, that would have been so time consuming, because you're imagining her cutting and trying to fit up. I gotta trim this a little bit off. Oh, I just think they're so beautiful. So neat. Talik says Khrushchev was from a Ukrainian family. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, I know there's some kind of background there. Oh, this is another one. I was like, oh, I really wanted to do this one. Really, one of the reasons I didn't do this one is that it's a square format, and usually, as you know, I'm painting on these rectangular formats. But that one, this is like such a beautiful, like, it reminds me a little bit of a painting that I keep putting off that I want to do, that I even was going to do it a few weeks ago, of one of the unicorn tapestries that we'll get to. But there's something very modern about this, but also feels like it's, if this was, you know, on a 3,000-year-old temple or something, I'd be like, yeah, makes sense. It was like on one of those ancient Ukrainian churches that existed hundreds of years, 1,000 years before Moscow even, well, Moscow was a forest, you know, that could have been on the wall there. These are beautiful. I was also thinking about doing, she's done a few that are mothers, related to femininity and motherhood. I was thinking about doing one of these for Mother's Day, but just wasn't able to get away to do that. Like, that's beautiful. Oh my goodness. You know, these sweeping, curving lines, like we see in this painting, or in this artwork that she created, are really some of the most unique parts of her work. They remind me of a number of styles and works that were kind of prevalent during her lifetime, one of which being constructivism and futurism, both of which were quite popular with Ukrainian and Russian artists in the early 1910s or 1930s. So these, like artists that we've featured before, like Kandinsky in particular, was really into these kind of like serpentine curving lines. Oh, I love this. We've obviously featured the Cossack Meme archetype image, at least one painting we did. David Burliuk, we did his painting of the Cossack Meme. I mean, that is so great. The contrast between that bright red and bright blue is just so electric. And the use of that gray in behind as kind of a neutral color is really nice. Like, that is, another thing too, I think about her work, these would make great tattoos. And you could see how this would lend itself to great fabric and patterns, right? I mean, that to me looks like that'd be great as like a shawl or something, right? These colors, and obviously today's artwork. This was another one. This really came down to really these two paintings, to the one I chose today and this one. I thought was beautiful, but I thought, wow, that one's maybe even a little bit more complicated than this. So I'm like, whew, man, that one's gonna take me all day. Yeah, this is another, like I said, one of those motherhood-related ones here. That's beautiful. They're just so dynamic. There's so much energy, and yet, even though this is, essentially just sort of a woman, but I don't know, maybe sort of kneeling or sitting with a child on her lap, and yet it feels like a swirl of movement. Right, so there's that really interesting kind of the contradiction within these works of kind of calm and peacefulness, and then yet also vibrant, swirling movement. That, to be fair too, is also similar in traditional Ukrainian dance. When I was a kid, I took Ukrainian dancing classes, and my sister did as well, and I remember these like ribbons, these big flowing ribbons all over the place, and just visually, especially when you get like 5, 6, a dozen women on stage swirling around, it's like psychedelic. The amount of kind of color and movement it becomes a little bit overwhelming, and then the music and the singing. And especially if people have had a little bit of vodka too, that also can aid in that, in the delirious quality of those performances. Oh, these are amazing. Many years ago, when I was in my early 20s, I wanted to get a tattoo in her style, and I took it to a number of tattoo parlors, and they were just like, that thing is going to be a terrible mess in a couple of years. And people refused to do my tattoo, the tattoo that I wanted, by Panchenko, which is still to this day. I mean, I've talked to tattoo, and they were like, yeah, that probably would not be an ideal tattoo. But then I see other people's tattoos, and I'm like, I think this would be more than fine. What are we talking about? Oh, this is another one. I love this. And this, just the high contrast between the blacks and the green too, but the red. I think the green is what really also puts us over into like electric territory, because it's not really, that combination of red and green is often a color combination people don't usually go for, because it tends to, make people think of Christmas and things like that. And yet it is like, because they're literally opposite from one another on the color wheel, it creates a lot of vibration here. So this is really cool. I love that one too. I love these. So some of these quicker, smaller drawings, you really just see how playful she was. So these are some of the last works that she did. I think these are from like the early 2000s. And so this is a woman who's by that point in her, early 60s? And or maybe mid-60s, and yet you just feel like, wow, she's just really, she's getting better and better, right? Just, they're so wild. I love these embroidery sketches. And then this box, I can't find it off the top of my head, but there's some images here where there's people flipping through these boxes of sketches from her studio, and they're just filled with page after page after page like this. And let me just see, like, I think this headline says it best. Ukrainians wish they knew Panchenko better. In that, you know, it's almost like her work was ubiquitous. People knew of it. They appreciated it. But she wasn't really, you know, celebrated as like the most important artist of her generation or anything. She was just sort of like been there, always been there. And it wasn't until after she died that people were like, oh my goodness, like, I'm so, like, it's like, it was kind of a shock to people, both how she died, but also that she died, like, just thought that she would just be here forever kind of thing, constantly making new work and inspiring generation after generation of artists. Oh, here, I just want to show, I'm not going to play the video, but I do want to show, you can see this artwork in the background here. So just gives a little bit of idea of scale. So here's this work. Of course, I'll never be able to find it again. All right. So you could see it in behind her here. You know, so they are quite large, right? As I said, like, that's probably a good 1.5 meters, if not larger, in the background. Probably 1 meter high. Big artwork. And so she made dozens and dozens of these things. They must have been super time consuming. And you can see that she's living in a fairly humble space. You know, she's wasn't living, you know, in a big mansion or anything with a, you know, convertible driving her around. So I think that's, again, this headline, Ukrainians wish they knew her better. Absolutely. You know, so another thing here, just to kind of put a point on it here, that she was never able to exhibit her work professionally during the entire Soviet era. So it's not until after 1989 that she's able to, you know, show her work without the kind of fear of being arrested, imprisoned, sent to Siberia, you know. And so, you know, that's meant that really for the first, you know, 40 years of her art career, she was basically practicing in relative obscurity. And I do, just to make a little bit of mention. So she died of, let's go to her obituaries here. So she died of starvation during the Russian occupation of Bucha. I just want to show this little image here up. Again, just to show that some of these felt artworks she had in behind her. There is lots of information about this. I'll just give a little bit of a trigger warning, just for the next maybe minute here. I just want to, as horrible as these things are, you know, my instinct is not talk about it or share it at all. But I think it's important for people to know that what happened in Bucha, and that this is, you know, a genocidal tragedy, a massacre that is being called a war crime, a crime against humanity. And And so when you hear Ukrainians, when people say like, well, Ukraine, if we just stop this war, it'll stop the bloodshed, and that would be ideal, right? It'd be great if the war stopped today, right? But Ukrainians know that, like, if we just stopped the war, if we stopped fighting, the violence isn't just going to end, right? Look, and Bucha is a perfect example of what happens when the Russian fascists feel that they have the opportunity to do whatever they want. And so there are hundreds and hundreds of images like this of people with their hands taped behind their backs and then mercilessly shot and executed, people being paraded through the streets and killed, these people being tortured, executed. So I'm just sharing that really quickly because also this video will get taken down if I talk about it too much. But it's nothing short of an ethnic cleansing. In Bucha alone, there were 458 people that were known to have died directly because of the atrocities committed by the Russian armed forces there. So I think it's really important for people to understand that this is what Ukrainians fear the most. It's what if, it's not just the people dying on the battlefields. What would happen if Russia took over Kyiv, Kherson, other parts of Ukraine, and installed their own government in those places? The number of atrocities and war crimes would be staggering, especially now that Russia would be the reprisals would be horrific. And so we're just seeing like all of these tanks and machinery, corpses and stuff all over Ukrainian land, and it just begs like question, like, why? For what possible reason and purpose on earth could there's no explanation for any of this? Because of Putin's perverse desire to reunite ancestral lands? I always think of this as like, first of all, Ukraine as a people precedes Russia. So I always think of like Ukraine as sort of like Russia's grandmother, right? Another way of thinking about it, and so it's like somebody committing elder abuse. Or another way I think about it a lot is it's like an abusive ex-boyfriend who refuses to move on and just keeps, says like, it's either you and I together or we're not, or none of us at all. I'm going to kill us both, kind of thing. It's like, yeah, maybe we were together at one point, perhaps, if you want to make this analogy to brothers and sisters, but we want to go our own way. Just let me be. And it boggles the mind that people can even defend this entire thing. It's just, right, here's where massacres were committed. There's actually one of the main reasons why I'm doing today's video is that there was a I think, oh no, it's not. There is a really incredibly, sorry, I'm trying to pause that, really powerful video that the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, put out just maybe a week ago, where he's in the basement of a house in Bucha talking about what the people there went through, how people were hoarded into basements, like 100 people into the basement of someone's home, and without the chance of getting out, without seeing daylight. And so people are I mean, just for months on end, and just the horror of that moment. And it makes me just think of like, well, if my own parents, or especially my own grandmother, was was trapped in a basement for months with very little food, little to no food or water, not being able to get up and stretch, go outside and breathe fresh air. Like, it is just beyond horror, and it fills me with incredible amount of anger, but I try to be as restrained as possible. But it's just such a terrible thing, and that this happened, and that this incredible artist and wonderful woman, this great creative visionary Ukrainian cultural gem was treated in this way is like one of the great. It's not just a tragedy. It's a great injustice. And so anyway, I want to move on because I want to celebrate her work rather than kind of sit here and mourn the terrible way in which she spent the last few months of her life, and also continue her life's project of promoting Ukrainian culture. So, and then he says, why do people do so many unthinkable things to other people? It hurts more than one. People help the people. I agree 100%. Okay. So again, consider leaving a donation to the UN Human Rights Council and the Red Cross to help other people, Ukrainians who are still under Russian occupation. And hopefully, by this time next year, this whole terrible genocidal conflict will be over. Okay. Rant done. So typically what I like to do at this stage is often do a little bit of underpainting. But I think in terms of the way this artwork is created, I think we can just start painting in shapes and colors here. So let's take a look at how we might want to progress through this work. What is the most efficient way humanly possible to paint this? So what I'm always thinking about when I'm thinking about working maybe a little bit more quickly is if I was to think about painting 5 or 6 major shapes on a canvas, where and what would those shapes be, and what colors might they be? So even though there are a lot of colors and shapes going on here, there are a few things, there are a few that really stand out to me. And they might be different for everyone. But, there is this part, this is her arm, right? Her hands are kind of clasped in the center, almost like a praying kind of quality here, right? And so these are her arms. She's wearing this traditional dress, which often has these big puffy sleeves. So, I see these as potentially kind of gray colors we could paint here. We've got yellow on her face, which we could probably keep. Well, I might still paint over it, but, using the Imprimatura, you can see that can kind of come through. Same with her hands. And then really pretty much the surround. So we've got our gray, yellow, and then mostly kind of pink around the sides. So my initial plan here is to essentially paint these grays in and the pinks around it, and that will kind of get a lot of this painting started really quickly. And then that way, ideally, I can just leave much of that pink exposed and then paint things like the dark colors over top of them. When it comes to the grays down here, I can have a lighter gray and then the darker bluish grays over top, right? So always kind of thinking about what is the biggest, easiest shapes that I can start with You know, in a way, and this is, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, it's sort of like a recipe, right? Where you're, you know, you might have 20 steps on a recipe, 30 steps in a recipe. But obviously some parts of the recipe can be grouped together. Like let's say you're making cinnamon buns or something, right? Well, yeah, there might be 20 steps in those cinnamon buns, but there's going to be maybe one step might be the initial making the dough, and then and another step might be making the filling that goes inside the cinnamon buns. And then the next step might be kind of rolling it all out and applying the mixture inside. And then another step might be putting, you know, cutting them and putting them in the pan and then sprinkling stuff on top. Right? I love cinnamon buns. I've made cinnamon buns a few times. So that same sort of thing with like making a painting is, can we group these kind of larger steps together in order to kind of help make this kind of simplify the overall process. I don't know if that analogy works. I was just thinking about that off the top of my head, so. Okay, so here, when I came downstairs, I'm like, man, it's hot down here. And then now that I'm standing down here, I'm like, whew, it's got a little bit of a chill. Last couple days in Vancouver have been kind of cold and rainy after we had a few days of beautiful summer-like weather. So I know that there's other places in Canada where well, I don't know if there's still, let me know in the chat there if there's still snow where you are. Hopefully we're past the snow. But as any Canadian knows, there are those freakish late May, early June storms that make for hilarious photos. My own family lives in Calgary, Alberta, and it seems every time I text my mother a photograph of our daughter, like at the beach, we've gone to the beach a bunch lately, she'll text me a photograph. Oh, it snowed again last night. I'm like, what? In early May? Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Here I was thinking it was a little bit chilly at the beach today, and here you're talking about shoveling the driveway. So, okay. I'm also just going to maybe extend some of these lines here. How do I want to deal with that corner? I don't know. We'll think about that. We'll just start putting in these colors. What should we start with? Should we do a grayish color first? Okay. So here, we get an opportunity to start with mixing our own black. So I'm going to take my cool yellow, my cool blue, and my warm red. And if I get all of the quantities perfect, I can make a black. I always just find this kind of amazing ever since I learned how to do this. Now, I might make things look a little bit easier. When I do this in class, people always have quite a great deal of frustration. That's actually pretty good. Usually I have to kind of add a little bit more of one color. I'm kind of really surprised I got it that quickly. But again, I've been doing this for a few decades, so... But even then, sometimes I surprise myself, like, wow, that's mostly just luck, right? Because obviously I'm just eyeballing it, but that's basically like a perfect black. And one way we can tell how accurate this is by taking some white and mixing that in, right? And because sometimes it can be hard to tell, is that like a bluish gray or a reddish, greenish gray? I can't really tell. Well, you add a little bit of white to it, and the white will lighten it up and then allow you to more clearly see what you've actually got here. So that's pretty good. How light should this be here? That's probably pretty good for the, well, could be a bit darker. I think it's both too light for this area and too dark for that area. So which one should we go for? I'm also just going to add a little bit more blue in here. I'm going to put a bit more white. Now there's a lot of white in there, which is going to mean if I paint that over my pencil lines, my pencil lines are just going to disappear. So I'm just adding some matte medium clear paint to that color to make it a bit more transparent. In fact, I'm going to do that again. Actually put quite a lot. So that's maybe now double the amount of white in here, at least. And you can still see how strong that white is because this color still looks quite opaque. Now when I paint this over top of the yellow, especially because it's quite transparent, some of that yellow is going to come through and maybe darken this color a little bit. So let's just do a test. Yeah, you see, like I said, it's kind of a little bit too light and too dark at the same time. But you know what? I'm going to paint it and just get this color in, or should I add a bit more white? You know what? I'm going to add a little bit more black. I'm actually going to darken it. Because black is a little bit, and especially the black that I mix here, is not going to be as opaque as adding white. I'm kind of debating the wisdom of the way I've proceeded here a little bit. Obviously, the probably the best method would be just go nice and slow. Like if I had unlimited time, and just paint each one of these little shapes individually. Right, but I'm trying to think of how can I do this as efficiently as possible. I'm just going to gather this paint up into a bigger pile, so if I do want to use it, it won't all dry out so quickly. Barbara says, "Hi everyone, that biography was beautiful and tragic. That was tough to listen to." Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, it's so sad, yeah. But I really want to, I think the legacy she left behind is so wonderful and so beautiful that I think it's one of those things, no matter the unfortunate situation that she found herself in, it can't really extinguish the beauty that she brought into the world. Cyber Harak says, "Hello, thank you for supporting Ukraine. Your lessons are very comfortable for me." Oh, thank you so much for saying so, my friend. Dodo Bean says, "It looks like a dark French gray." Yes, I mean, I'm definitely going to have to do another coat of gray and probably change all these, but this is probably good. I mean, in retrospect, I probably should have gone for a lighter gray. It's one of those things that until you do it, you never really know if you're doing the right thing. But it's all going to work out. Ari says, "Curious about the mixing of that fluorescent pink. I might buy a fluorescent tube for that painting." Barbara says, "Yeah, great excuse for going shopping for art supplies." Barbara says, "This part of the painting always scares me, when Michael lays down big sweeps of color. I'd be painting each little triangle." Dodo says, "Yes, you can always fix it after it dries for sure." Yeah, I think just remember that this is, I mean, potentially this could survive all the way to the very end of the painting and not be painted over. But for me, it's just about getting things roughly in place. And not being too worried about getting it perfect the first time around. In fact, just expect that you're going to have to probably do something. And not only that, is if there are changes to be made, usually that looks really cool. It looks like you were kind of thinking and changing your thoughts and as you were working, and that can be really exciting to see, I think anyway. So now I'm going to take some white and my cool red, and that's going to give me this pretty bright green here. Now, mixing that fluorescent pink like that is almost impossible to do with these acrylic paints, right? That's why, you know, as I say, we can mix about 95% of the colors that the human eye can see. The colors that we can't mix are the colors that are even more saturated than these, because they exist beyond, outside of the rim of the color wheel, and those are colors that need to be manufactured somehow. Okay, let's make a bit more of this. Now, once again, I'm putting quite a lot of white in here. So that's going to mean, like, if I just take my brush and start painting this right now, all of my pencil lines below these big shapes are just going to be completely covered and disappear. So I'm mixing in a substantial amount of matte medium here, which is clear paint, so that it's going to make this color a little bit more transparent. So there's probably a 2-to-1 matte medium to acrylic to my color in here. I mean, you'd see the reason I'm just mixing this thoroughly is there's paint already on my brush. I want to make sure that I've got a fairly consistent color, not a lot. One color there, that's beautiful. Okay, so you can see that as I do this, it's a little bit peachy, because that yellow underneath is coming through. I was just debating, do I want to paint over these hands? Like, you know, usually, again, like, I like just, let's do this, let's get it done. And then it's like, you know what, if I don't have to paint over those hands, it'd probably be a good idea not to. It'd just be one less thing. One thing about putting this, the white in this pink, is going to help so that when I do paint, to get as close to that fluorescent pink as possible, and I think I probably do have fluorescent pink paint here, but I'm not going to use it. I'll be able to paint my cool yellow right over top of it. And get a pretty intense magenta color. And you know, even if I didn't put any matte medium in here at all, and I painted and I lost a bunch of my pencil lines, or even all my pencil lines, that wouldn't be such a problem either. I mean, it might feel that way, that you've lost the, you know, the training wheels or whatever, but sometimes that can be super liberating. You're just like, you know what? Okay, well, I lost the outline, so you know what? I can just now do whatever I want. I can paint whatever color I want, wherever I want it. I mean, that's the attitude I would encourage you to take. I know that's maybe easier said than done for some people, especially if you're just beginning, but one of the things that makes this painting a little bit more difficult is that there aren't any, outlines in between the colors. And so that means that you got all these colors kind of puzzle pieced side by side right up against one another. And that means that kind of demands a certain amount of precision in order to create clean interlocking shapes, and that's pretty tough to do. So that's really the main reason why I think this is a bit more of an advanced painting, is it requires a little bit more brush control to be able to do that. You'll notice, like right now, I'm just basically using a fairly big brush to do all of these initial details here. One reason is it just sort of, it helps me just stay in the big shapes. As soon as I start going into the smaller brushes, I start getting more picky and finicky. And I'm going to get into those small brushes pretty quick with this painting. So the longer that I'm using a bigger brush, the more likely I am just to be able to focus on the big shapes. Okay, I'm going to consolidate my pink here. Oh, missed a bunch of comments. Dodo says, I was saying your black looks like French gray, at least on my computer. Yeah, it's not going to be solid, perfect black, for sure. That's because all of these paints have a little bit of white in them. That's like the last painting I was doing of Kaduzzi, another great Ukrainian painter. And I saw some of the paintings you guys made based on his work. Is incredible. That beautiful bright red sunset. Very famous painting. Oh, I did use some black at the very end in order to I always say, like, using black out of the tube is sort of like a fire extinguisher. You want to use only in emergency. Only if these blacks, and this is again not black, but if that black isn't dark enough, so you can dig it out when you need it, as opposed to just using black to begin with. because often people use too much black, and it really is it dominates a painting very quickly. So I'd rather make my own blacks and then use as needed, and generally I would say probably 99 out of 100 paintings looks great without the black, without actual pure black. Okay, oh, a little bit of gray. Okay, so those big shapes, that feels good. So now the painting really feels like we are off. The flight has left the airport, right? We are off the ground. And now, if there is gaps between colors, instead of there being white or even yellow, now I'm going to have pink or gray in between them. Again, there might be little bits of that yellow showing through, but that can look kind of neat, especially when you're just like not expecting it. Like, why is, oh, looks, there's a little bit of yellow, right? I just love that little thing. It's very rewarding as a viewer to notice those little details that you might not notice from across the room, right? So it's when somebody gets up close and looks at it, it's like a little bit of like, thanks for looking. Here's a little donut for you. Barbara says, I see bubblegum pink as well. Yes. Definitely, yes, this pink will change. It does look a little bit peachy just because of the yellow coming through. Gives it that slight peachy quality. I mean, ideally, it does look very bubblegummy pink. But, you know, maybe on screen, it's probably looks still probably very pinkish, which is good. We want that pink color, but because I made it a little bit transparent, it might look a little bit more peachy. So I'm just saying, if you see some, like, see down here, you can see a bit more of that yellow coming through, which is going to make it peachy. Barbara says, the warm yellow is so visible through the pink, it makes all the difference when the painting is completed. Even though you don't see a lot of the Imprimatura at the end, it does make a difference. Exactly. You know, the example I sometimes give is, it's like if you order a pizza and you open up the pizza box and you look inside, often you cannot see the pizza sauce. And you know, there's cheese and other toppings. It's not until you bite into it that you taste the pizza sauce, right? Or maybe the pesto, whatever might be underneath those layers. And so it might not necessarily be immediately, I mean, it's visible, but maybe people aren't aware that they're seeing it, but it's playing a role. And I love that kind of thing, right? That extra little bit of complexity, I think, is a beautiful thing, especially when you're painting simpler paintings. It just gives it, it helps that painting, supports it a little bit. Like, I will guarantee you, almost every painting you see at like a thrift store, Salvation Army, Value Village, does not have an Imprimatura. And it's one of those things, you look at it and they all kind of look a little bit cheap, a little bit, you know, beginner's work that's just been discarded. And when you might flip through, because I often do, because sometimes I'll buy those paintings and use them as just for the frames. But you know, when you see one, you're like, whoa, this one looks different than all the other ones. What's so special? I would be willing to bet that probably there's an Imprimatura there, which just makes you stop, and that just looks better. It's hard to... Okay, so I'm going to break this into another chapter here. Singa says, looks like an Essex girl, lol. Oh, Barbara says, I'm not painting at the moment. My mom-in-law passed away on Sunday, so we're just mooching about a bit at the moment. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Barbara. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's tough. It's always tragic when people close to us pass away. But I think knowing that, for her, knowing that she's in your thoughts, I think is already probably helps heal that a little bit. Okay, so next up, let's start putting some colors into these big shapes, because we began with these kind of really two big colors. We put our gray in, and then what some are calling our bubblegum pink, and now we want to start kind of dividing them into smaller and smaller pieces. And so probably almost from this point forward, I'll be using much smaller brushes. And I really wanted to get to this stage before I broke out the small brushes, because that'll make things go much faster. And especially if I'm unable to finish the painting in the next 3 hours, then if there is areas that I haven't finished, then I could just leave these colors in their place. So I think I might just quickly actually paint in over the face. And in fact, I'm going to take a bit of white. Oops. Take a bit of white. And my cool yellow. And I'm going to paint over the face, partly so that I can get an even more intense yellow here, but also just to kind of quieten down the pencil lines on her face. I think if, at some point you were to break out the Posca pens for this painting, I think that would be okay. It would start to look a little bit more like a stained glass window, which I love stained glass windows. I mean, so I could see maybe even doing a second coat of this, now that I think about it. So that color, it's a little bit slightly pastel. All these colors are a little bit pastel because they got white in them. And so that kind of mutes them down. But when we paint an actually cool yellow back into some of those places, they're going to be explode. I'm just thinking to myself, should I paint some of the little yellow shapes in here? I think I will. I will just break out a tiny brush, because these can also be helpful little landmarks. So that's there. Now I might paint over some of this later on as well even. But if, for instance, things get a little bit kind of crazy and I lose my lines, even just a few things like that could be really helpful to help me locate where they're supposed to go. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this, and I am going to put a second coat over her face. Okay, that's nice. So, you know, maybe it looks like on camera her face is kind of disappearing a little bit underneath the paint, which, you know, for this stage is actually kind of nice because I might have pressed a little bit too hard with my pencil. When I was doing the image transfer. Or maybe not. I don't think I was going to say maybe. I probably actually would have done it the same, because obviously if I pressed lighter, I wouldn't be able to see it underneath the gray. Maybe not even underneath the pink either, so I would have to think about all that before I started. I just want to get the thing started, right? Kind of, because it's one of those things is sometimes, you know, you can spend all this time trying to plan and plan and plan and plan, and then you don't, or at least I sometimes will plan and plan, and then just nothing ever happens because you start kind of really overthinking things. At some point, you just need to do it, and then overcome the problems as they come. Okay. I'm going to blow dry that and just give myself an extra second to think. Okay, next up, it doesn't really matter which direction I go, which colors I choose, it's all about the same level of difficulty. So which do I want to do here first? Let's do these grays first. I could flip a coin. So I could take my same gray that I've got here, and what should I do? Let's lighten it up. So I'm going to take my white. Anishka says, hello, can we draw with mechanical pencils or use normal pencils? You can draw with mechanical pencils and regular pencils. It's totally up to you. You can use whatever art supplies you have. And you can do drawings while standing on a beach or in some mud with a stick. Right? That's one of the reasons I love drawing. You can use whatever tool you like. It's just whatever comes easiest for you, which one you enjoy using the most, whatever's convenient. And Singa says, watch Michael's drawing classes. Yeah, absolutely. My drawing classes, they're free on YouTube. Welcome to watch those. Okay. Maybe you already are. I could go back out a bit. I think the most important thing is having fun, right? Easier said than done when you're learning something new. Sometimes it's full of frustration. But I think, do what feels comfortable. And only stop if it's not working. If it's not working, then try something. I mean, doing shading with a mechanical pencil is more difficult, although you can do various different techniques like cross-hatching. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm going to try to find these locations here. So where are we? This shape in here. Now, actually, that's maybe too light. I think I want to go... Which gray am I trying to paint here, Michael? I think it's this one in here. I know there's some shapes underneath this as well that I just painted over, but my goal is, especially because those are darker, that's no problem. I can easily paint those darker shapes over top of. What I want to try to do here is try just avoiding big areas of thick texture. Might be good for right now. You know what? I think I'm just gonna start laying in color. Even if it's not exactly the right colors here and there, I'm just gonna put them in. And then we can always change things later if we want. So these grays here are supposed to be a little bit, oops, darker. But kind of like, just sort of my general philosophy is, I just, rather than sitting here mulling endlessly over getting the color quote-unquote right before I do anything, I just want to start. I just want to get paint going. And then once it gets to a certain kind of threshold, I can be, oh, okay, then now let's slow down and let's take a look at what we've got and how close we are. And maybe we do want to make a few changes here and there. So using a smaller brush like this is almost certainly going to cause the colors to look a little bit brushy or painterly, like we'll see the brush strokes, which, you know, could be unwanted. I am still using the paint, my initial gray that I used for those big shapes, and so there was a lot of matte medium in there that does make it more transparent anyway. You know, I could just keep painting and do multiple layers over this, and it'll get more of a flat surface. So I also try to start with areas where I can see. Like, so for instance, I can't really see where the color is down here. My lines have disappeared. But I can see this. And so I'm just going to paint what I can see. And then that's going to help me eventually be able to just keep narrowing down details until it becomes quite obvious where those shapes go. So for instance, like right now, this kind of patchy quality of the paint, where it's a little bit transparent, I'm kind of digging it right now so far. I mean, later on, after I'm a couple more hours into this painting, I might be like, it looks a little bit too rough. And that might cause me to want to do another coat over top of them. But it's like it's like, for instance, in some paintings that we've done, like this kind of semi-transparent quality is exactly what the artist is going for. It's not a negative. Brush here to fill this area in a little bit quicker. It's so much easier just to paint this straight through, across. And then later on, it's be very easy to just paint those little circles back in place. Okay. Close. So I think that could be darker here. So maybe I'm just gonna take this paint, mix a bit of the lighter color in here. Ooh, where's this glue come from? Oops. Not really sure what's happening there with the top of her tiara thing there. I think with a painting like this, one of the things is it's just building up like a layer, like so much detail that even if the details aren't perfect, it just looks good because it's like, wow, there's just so much going on. It's cool. Okay, now how about take some cool blue, bring this into our gray. This might be a little bit, well, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe it's a bit more blue. Maybe not. What I think is kind of cool is how like a color like this is going to behave a little bit differently on top of the pink than it does on top of that gray. Oops. And I suppose that could be frustrating when you're like, these two colors are supposed to be the same, but they look different in these two different places because the color underneath them is different. I suppose you could say that. I just think that's actually kind of a cool thing. It's like, wow, look at the variety of colors that... Because it's like you're using the same color, but you're just painting it in two different places, and then it looks different. I think that's a great thing. Again, it'd be much easier to do this color later on, or to do those little circles and dots, as opposed to just trying to paint around them right now. So as I'm saying, it's kind of slow going. I don't think his painting's particularly complex. It's just a time-consuming process, so... Just have to be a little bit patient and... Nice says to everyone, I hope you can watch and learn to the end, but I can't. I have a lovely day, night, evening, morning, and thanks again to Michael for another fantastic tutorial. Thank you. Oh, there's Laura in the chat. Laura says, is there anything to download and print out? I cannot draw that. Yeah. Totally, it's a little bit complex. There's links in the description below for the Dropbox folder, and that will help you get started so you don't have to try to draw. Although you could take my free drawing class here on YouTube. Thanks, Barbara, for helping her out there. I appreciate all that. Oh, yeah. Wow, you guys are so helpful. I love all these. Man, sometimes I look up from the chat and there hasn't been a comment in hours, and then sometimes I look there and there's like 200 new comments. Like, whoa, my goodness. So, I appreciate that. Thank you guys. What was I gonna do next here? Let's do another. Let's go. My colors, I think, are going to be pretty wacky with this painting, but that's totally cool. No worries. I think yeah. It's just you just sort of give up on trying to make it perfect, and then it's just sort of like, okay, that's nice. So I'm going to mix a purple. There isn't really a purple necessarily like this here. Oh, what happened? That was weird. Didn't even touch my computer and it changed screens and it's haunted. Okay, so I'm going to take this purple. Let's put a bit of white in there. I think it can be quite liberating to just allow yourself to be wrong and not or just not doing it perfect, right? So technically I got the wrong color in my brush, but again, worst comes to worst, later on if I'm looking at it and I'm not happy with it, I can change it. I'm not locked into anything for the rest of my life if I want to be. Oh, like this is supposed to be that same blue, but I'm going to put this purple down here anyway. Like I could see someone painting this painting with totally different color scheme. Like painting maybe the colors of the Ukrainian flag. Or white and red and black, which are often colors you see in Ukrainian dance clothing, but not always. Okay. What's next? What else should we go to next? I'm going to take that same color but make it much more of a reddish purple. Another thing too, if I'm looking at a color and it's surrounded by areas where it's going to get really dark, I'm like, ah, okay, I can be really sloppy there, because I can use my darker color to really clean that up. It's mostly when I'm painting in areas where I know there's going to be a lighter color, although I can obviously just use paint white to block anything out. But sometimes that means maybe having to do a couple coats of that. So that color's kind of transparent. I'm not the happiest with the way that looks, but you know, a bit of this brushy quality, this more painterly strokes here with semi-transparent paint like that, it does make... What is going on? Weird. Computer sort of glitching there. What was I gonna say there? One of the things with this paint being a little bit transparent, it does make it look a little bit different than the original, because the original is made with felt, and of course that felt is, you know, for the most part a fairly solid color. And so, you know, there's two ways to go about it. One is to like fret about how my acrylic painting doesn't quite look like the felt, or to embrace the fact that I'm using a different material altogether, and that the likelihood of them being this kind of exactly the same is almost zero. So being okay with it, right? So here's a big area on the side of the picture that isn't in the original that I can really take creative license over. So there's more of this color in a few places, but this color is going to be probably easier to do towards the end, little accents here and there, as opposed to trying to paint it all now. Because they're kind of like colors in between other colors. So rather than trying to paint around it all, it'd be easier if I just leave those spaces a little bit blank and move on. Okay. Maybe I'm going to take some white and mix this color. Some white, get a bit more of a pastel thing going here. So it's probably going to be a number of places where colors look a little bit patchy, and then I go later on to paint over them, and I don't have the same color, and I'll have to remix a new color and paint that over top of it. And again, which means I might have lots of different colors swirling around that maybe weren't in the original. But I don't mind that at all. Sounds like I got another little mouse in the house. I thought these guys moved out in the summer. I can hear somebody rustling around. They think they're being super sly. I can hear you. I can't see you, but I can hear you. Guess it is a bit colder out last few days, so I guess I thought my roommates had moved out for the summer, and then they realized, oh, maybe it is nice to have a bit warmer of a place to live. what's next here? Let's go. Let's clean these brushes up real quick here. Barbara says this would be a great painting for youngsters to do. Lots of colors and patterns. Totally. You know, it might be easier, though, for kids to do this almost as like a collage with colored paper and just sort of gluing them in place. Like, I could see, like, kindergarten teachers with this basic template, and then kids just gluing things all over the place, even if they're not fitting anywhere near inside those shapes. That's what my daughter's learning, is a lot of, like, how to use scissors stuff lately. So I could see that being kind of a fun activity for them to do. So now I'm going to take some warm red. And where should this go? Up here. Like, you know, interesting, like, I would say probably a painting like this does not play to my own personal strengths as a painter. I don't particularly enjoy this type of process, personally. I find it kind of very time-consuming and, tricky to kind of pull off in a way that feels satisfying to me personally, because it just requires so much time, and you know, if you don't put in the requisite amount of time, it can look a little bit sloppy. And because I can get impatient with this type of technique, kind of will often look a little bit sloppy, which can be really frustrating to work on a painting for hours and hours and hours and feel like, oh, it looks pretty sloppy. So, but that's a, you know, personal preference, right? I mean, I talk all the time, one of my favorite artists, Yayoi Kasuma, who we did 2 or maybe even 3 paintings by probably like 3 years ago. You know, probably, maybe, arguably the best living artist. Maybe I would say maybe her and David Hockney, I think, are probably the 2 greatest. Yayoi Kasuma is a Japanese artist, and she's been very open and honest about her struggles with mental health, and how she uses her art practice as a way of dealing with those difficulties. And so she wants her paintings to take maybe about as long as possible, because whenever she says she's painting, she's not, her brain is distracted from all of the voices that in her head and the anxiety and stress. And so she's never in a hurry to finish a painting as quickly as possible, just so she can move on and start another one. Because she's like, as soon as I finish a painting, I'm filled with all this anxiety of like, what I'm going to do next. So I love spending time on, endless amounts of time on a single painting. Which I think is really good to hear. Because, you know, and I'm guilty of promoting, you know, trying to get people to be a little bit more efficient if possible. Mostly because I know many people working at home just don't have unlimited amount of time like maybe she does to work. Right? She's a world famous artist and she's lucky to be selling her work for millions of dollars a piece. So she does have kind of, you know, she's older and, you know, she doesn't have, you know, many of the responsibilities maybe the younger person might have to be a little bit more efficient. Barbara says, we had 3 days of sunshine, now it's raining. That's summer over and done with. I love making jokes like that about weather here. It's like, I've said it here on the channel, like, oh yeah, we have basically about 4 days of summer every year, and then somebody in the chat be like, really? I didn't know Canada was that cold. I'm like, yeah, it's brutal. It's just, had to wear snowshoes to the beach. Okay. What if we start going into our magenta? Maybe, actually, no, I should blow dry that because there's a bunch of wet paint and I started to stamp my hand a bit. So, should I start painting my magenta? I think so. Now, as I said before, I'm not going to be able to get this bright. You know what? Maybe let's do another chapter here. Now that we've got the painting well in motion here, what I want to do is to start putting some of my magenta in. Now, because of the limitations of the palette, which is for the most part, I can do like 95% of the colors I can see, but these bright fluorescents in this painting, I cannot mix with the palette I have. These colors are super saturated. You'd have to buy a specific tube of fluorescent pink, and I'm sure I have a tube of fluorescent pink back there, but okay, well, I also want to try to do them with the colors that we have. It just means that I'm gonna mostly just rely on my magenta on its own to do some of this heavy lifting. I am tempted to use my fluorescents, but you know, I'm gonna keep going forward here. Okay, so let's take my magenta. I might even take just a tiny bit of white. One way that we can kind of get a little bit of the illusion of really saturated pinks is by surrounding them with darker colors. So if you're like, I really want to get kind of something kind of pretty flashy, well, the thing is that unless you actually buy a tube of fluorescent pink, you just can't make a color brighter than it is. But we can kind of amplify the color that it's in there by surrounding it with colors that are darker. Right? It's sort of like, you know, if you're a person who's not particularly tall, right? If you surround yourself with people that your same height, you're just, you know, you're going to look pretty tall. But if you walk into a convention of basketball players, you're going to really stand out. And so, in the same way, you know, colors are very relative. If there's, you know, a lot of similar colors nearby, they're not going to pop. So one thing I'll probably save till towards the very end are some of my darkest colors, because those dark colors are going to make the painting pop very quickly. I mean, if let's say I did change my mind and did want to use fluorescent pink, well, the color that I'm putting down right now would work fairly well as a base color. Right? It's relatively similar, just not as saturated. So the pink, if I did at some point change my mind and want to make it fluorescent, I could just paint over top of these colors, and I think it'd be pretty good. Okay. So, slowly but surely it's starting to come together. Getting there. Piece by piece by piece. Barbara's going to bed. So far, so good on this painting. It's gorgeous. I'm going to call it a night. It's 11 p.m. here, so off to bed. Good night, all. Have a great night, Barbara. Okay. So yeah, so I'm, coming to terms a little bit with the fact that this painting is going to be different than the original, and that's okay. Let's take our blue. There's a little bit of gray and black on there. That's okay. I'm going to take my warm blue and white. I'm adding a substantial amount of white because I'm going to put this down. I want to cover up stuff below it. And then I'll paint, once that's dry, just paint the blue all by itself on top. But without this layer, it's just going to look like pitch midnight blue black. So I think one thing you probably, like when this painting gets closer to being done and I start actually putting in that black, like I don't think I could really go, I think I could go a long way with that and not have to worry so much about putting exactly the right color in the right place, etc. Oops, what is that? Like the black is going to make a huge difference. It's really going to clean this painting up. And just to clarify, when I was saying that, this isn't my favorite method of painting, it doesn't mean I don't love the painting. It's just, painting technique approach that I find to be pretty tricky. And, it doesn't necessarily suit my temperament. I kind of prefer being a little bit faster and wilder. One thing I will say, though, that is something I would appreciate about a painting like this is, I would say that, this stuff I'm doing right now is not the kind of stuff that brings me a lot of joy particularly. But the final stages of kind of going back in and kind of tweaking each little color, changing them and cleaning up the corners, I do like that kind of stuff. That is kind of fun to do. It's, 'cause that's more like decorating a cake or something, right? You're just putting in the very last details. What should we do now? Let's get more white. Taking a gray. Maybe a touch of these of blue. Both of my blues I put in there. Wonder how many people are actually painting this painting today. There is a lot of space around the edges that isn't in the original, but because of the size of my canvas, I have to kind of expand a little bit beyond there. Kind of like this area down here, and I'm not even really sure what I want to do there, or what would be most appropriate. So I'm hoping that as the painting develops, something will speak to me and offer me a solution. Okay, oh, there's a big one right there. getting closer and closer to being able to start putting in some darker colors. I generally want to have either the last two colors I put in here as being quite dark or light. Because if there's a lot of white or a lot of black in a color, or just white and black altogether, they're going to cover up anything else below them really nicely. So it is to my advantage to wait to the very end, because then I can put them right over top, clean up any kind of messiness with those bright colors or dark colors. I'm going to be done in an hour and a half. Claire says, amazing. Hi, 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 hi. What are you painting? It's a woman in traditional Ukrainian clothing by Lyubov Panchenko. I did earlier in the stream a couple hours ago do a whole, pretty much an hour talking about the biography of this artist, so you can always skip back and listen to that a little bit if you're more interested in finding out who the artist is. Okay. Going back here with some of my pink and white. know, sometimes just like this area, I feel like it's hard to really see what's missing until more of the painting gets filled in. You're like, oh, how did I miss that big area of color right there? I had that paint on my brush, and I just because it's a little bit overwhelming. It's when you got all that space to cover, it's hard to see what hasn't and has been done. It's like that color is technically the wrong color for that area, but it's just between us, right? We're the only ones who'll know. I think there's certain places like here where I might just actually leave a little gap between some of those colors. I think she did that there in her own work. Trying to interlock all these pieces of felt together is so tricky. But it kind of works well because they look a little bit like outlines or something. Now I'm going to, ideally, if I have time, go back and paint brighter colors into those areas. Hi, Sandra. Dobie says, are these videos pre-recorded or is he painting live? They're totally pre-recorded. I just happened to have gone back in time, read your comment, or I read your comment, I went back in time, and then, yeah, whatever, somehow, it makes sense somehow. You know, time travel, it's so complex. Okay, I'm just gonna go back and paint some of this purple again. I always find magenta to be super transparent, and it can be kind of frustrating to paint with because unless you put white in there, it always looks a little bit streaky. Obviously you can get different brands of paint which might have a higher pigment load, but even, you know, you might get the impression therefore that good paints are very opaque and transparent paints are not good at all, which is not necessarily the case. Sometimes people pay a lot of money for very transparent paint for all sorts of reasons. You know, a color that one artist might find too transparent and therefore useless might to another artist appear to be perfect because of its transparent qualities. So just a matter of finding your own finding your own way within the great ocean. I don't know why I said that. Maybe my mind was thinking about waves. I said way, but maybe my brain was conflating way and waves. This color in the corner is not there because the original doesn't extend this far, so I'm just sort of using my imagination to add something here. Okay, let's blow dry that. Oops, sorry. You asked me what my plan is. I was saying it's on later tonight. I'm gonna go teach a photography class. As soon as I'm done this, so I'm in a bit of a hurry to get this done. Tomorrow I teach all day, and then I go take my daughter swimming on Thursday nights. Mixing up a little bit of a peachy color here for some of the flesh tones. Technically these colors, there's little variations here. I'm just trying to quickly get this in place, so I'm not so worried about all those little variations. If I do want to change it, if I feel like it's not, the contrasts are too minor, then I can come back and alter those. taking some warm blue and warm red. Making a dark purple here. Or it's just a purple, sorry, with more warm blue in it. So that will make it more of a darker purple. It's too dark. here's my cool yellow right out of the tube coming into play here finally. Should have thought of doing this a little bit earlier, but it obviously didn't occur to me until just now. So that I'm not having to paint around anything, I can just put it right there and then paint everything right on top. I mean, it's very subtle little change here. I think one thing that's kind of cool is you can see how brilliantly she used the little bits of the darker colors, like that, the shadow in between these shapes. So it says, how many things do you teach? I don't know. It's like, what don't I teach? I feel like sometimes a little bit of everything. Teach painting, drawing, photography, animation, video. I do have a photography class here on YouTube that I did during the beginning of the pandemic. Not sure how successful that one was. I think it was tricky because I was just starting to use all of this new software. And trying to do photography classes was a little bit trickier just because of my proficiency with the equipment at the time. So you can see how like transparent the warm blue is, and that's why it can be kind of frustrating trying to use this color. Like if I just painted it again directly onto another color, so much of that other color would come through here. That's why I painted this initially the same color with white mixed in, so that this blue would have a better shot of popping out. I will say that, transparency or opacity isn't a sign of good or bad paint. But often you do have more options. You can find, if you're willing to spend the money, pigments that are higher quality, that have more opacity or less opacity. Oops, that's on camera. It says it's quiet, or am I quiet tonight, or is the chat quiet? Maybe I'm quiet. I think I'm in a bit of a race, so I'm like trying to hustle, which does require a little bit more brain power to. Still a lot to do, and I've got 45 minutes. Not my ideal situation here. Okay, let's I don't think I've done this one yet. Now that I've got a lot more established, I think it's time to start putting in some darker colors, like my black, or it's like a really dark black, I'm not sure, or dark purple, I think. But we'll take a look here, and that's really going to transform this painting, because right now we do have a few darker colors, but mostly it's lighter colors, and I think that black is going to tie things together. So let's take a look. Oh, and there's Sandra. Thank you for the donation in the super chat. Awesome. It's your first super live stream. You're awesome, Sandra. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that. So cool. Okay. So previously I mixed up my own black. I mean, let's see with these colors. So we do have black, and then there's black, and then that looks like a dark navy. I am up against the time, so I'm probably just going to consolidate turn everything into kind of a black. The dark colors just into black, just to save myself some time with mixing and stuff. Maybe I'm just going to quickly also blow dry that. Sandra says, thank you for the drawing course. Thank you, Sandra. I'm curious to how far you've gotten. Have you completed it or just started? Tomas says, I just joined, but looks amazing. Hi, Tomas. So, well, let's go back here. So let's do... Yeah, I'm going to start painting in some of the darker shapes now. Now again, I'm just using black that I mixed as opposed to black from the tube. I always reserve the black in the tube for kind of almost, I always say in case of emergency. Because if I don't need it, I don't want to use it. The black that I mix here from my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red is often more than dark enough. but occasionally, of course, I do use black. Like, that's quite a difference all of a sudden, right? I almost think of like black in paintings as filmmakers talk about narration in movies. That often they talk about narration as being kind of cheating. In that you just sort of like, instead of trying to come up with a really clever way of conveying information, as I say, show instead of telling, I'll just have somebody explain it all in narration. And so, if you the kind of rule is try to avoid narration if you can. And same sort of thing in painting. If you can make the painting without outlines, I think generally it's superior. But if you've been painting along with me long enough, you know that I have a conflicted relationship with outlines, because I'm like, when I was in art school, I did outlines all the time, and I remember my teachers just hated it, drove them crazy. They'd always be telling me to stop painting outlines. And I thought they were insane. And then now that I'm an art teacher, I teach at the local art school here in Vancouver, Canada. I find myself saying similar things. I mean, I'll be honest with students and tell them that, you know, I was once in their shoes and had similar kinds of critiques from my teachers. But it is true that often people will just rely on outlines to do the heavy lifting in between. Like, so instead of doing careful modeling of forms, like shading a shape, just put an outline around it and boom, done. Now I got two different shapes. And so often people get pretty lazy with outlines. So that's why it's generally preferred that instead of just slapping some outlines in there, that you do your best to try to put contrasting colors side by side. Like, for instance, the Impressionists rarely used outlines, right? Instead of putting an outline around a form, they would use a highly contrasting color side by side. And that's what makes those paintings really vibrate. Those extreme contrasts between colors. So I can't remember who said it earlier, but the black kind of looks like a, how did they put it, like a French gray? Obviously, if I, let it dry, and I can paint back over top of these blacks if I want, and I'll get a really nice solid black. Or I could leave it kind of brushy. I don't know if I'll have time to do a second coat. I mean, obviously I could do another episode, but I'd prefer not to have to do that, considering I've got a a big episode that I'm still not finished, my Politanelli paintings that I began a while ago. One thing I kind of like about the semi-transparent quality of the paint right now is it does remind me a lot of like a fresco, like a which is like a traditional mural painting technique. Like the Sistine Chapel is a fresco. That's the, and so a fresco. Diego Rivera painted lots of frescoes. He was Frida Kahlo's wife, or no, husband. Fresco tends to have this kind of transparency that is not really necessarily noticeable until you get up close to it. Stamping paint. So I think it's the likelihood they'll be able to finish this painting today to my satisfaction is very low. But then again, most artists are never quite happy with what they've created, so that's why there's always the next piece. The next piece is always an attempt to solve the riddle that the piece you're working on right now has posed. Sorry, my big head in the way, as always. Wouldn't be a video of mine if I didn't have my big head in the way. Being so sloppy today. It's obviously because I'm just rushing, right? Could just leave that like that. 20 minutes to wrap up. Okay, huh. Wow, look how... Sandra says, I finished the course. I started drawing last year to try to enjoy my life more, and it is working. Oh, wow, it's so fun to draw along to the drawing class. Senga says, I love sharing my work with the group and seeing others work from the classes. Sandra says, that sounds lovely. It's just that because I'm still learning, I'm mostly following tutorials or famous artworks that I like. I get worried that I'm not producing anything original. I get it. I just lack confidence, but I'll start sharing to the Facebook group. Senga says, honestly, the drawing class, everyone's work all practically the same. Get sharing builds your confidence. It's everyone's take on it. Art is art. No bad art, lol. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not everybody feels comfortable sharing their work. I mean, I went to people in graduate school who didn't feel comfortable sharing their work. It's totally a personal thing, you know, I mean, so I think, you know, when people feel ready, they feel ready. I mean, like, as I say, I teach at a local university, and often, you know, when it comes to the data for everyone to share their work and so that we can talk about it, mysteriously everybody seems to get sick. You know, it's like, because people just sometimes don't feel comfortable sharing their work, and they feel like, oh, if I just had an extra day to make it better, it'd be better. I get it. Sharing work is, you know, it's very private. Making artwork almost feels like you're revealing something from within, and so it feels very, very private and hard to just release out into the world. you don't have any control over it. I mean, I've always thought of like making art and sharing art is a little bit like having a kid. And I have a 4.5-year-old daughter. It's hard to let go. I mean, she's at school right now, and just dropping her off at school, and she just runs off like, oh, okay, bye. Just having to, okay, she's got her own life, her own. I guess what I was meaning is that, we want to have control over our art. And I think part of the reason people make art is paradoxically both it gives one a sense of control, because right now I have control over this surface. It may not turn out exactly the way I want, but it's here. I'm the kind of the master of this little bit of canvas, and so many people like making painting because despite how crazy everything else in the world can get, it's like, well, I can't control elections and wars and all sorts of craziness, but I can have some authorship over this. And yet paradoxically, often a lot of artists like making art because it's a safe place to lose control. Right? Because in almost every other aspect of life, losing control can be very dangerous. Right? You could hurt yourself or somebody else. I think that's why people drink wine and booze and do drugs is actually to lose a little bit of control. I mean, certainly I don't think anybody drinks alcohol in order to have control. Right? It almost seems silly when you think about it that way. It's like, okay, I'm going to let loose. And so it can take a while before one feels totally comfortable to lose control when you're making art. So I totally understand why people, when they're beginning the drawing class, don't feel comfortable sharing their work, because they're not there yet. They want to have a bit more control. sending an artwork out into the world feels a little scary. Even though I tend to be pretty positive when I'm giving feedback on art, but that's funny. That little swirl in the corner is kind of nice. It really does something important down there. So usually, you know, I have to wrap up in about 10 minutes, but usually this is like my favorite part of making a painting, getting to this spot, because in this spot, now I can really kind of start to kind of play. I can play around with the colors and change things to get them to be closer to what I want. Just mixing it really, taking my black, adding a bit of blue, kind of purple to it. You know, I should blow dry that. Okay, I got 10 minutes before I gotta wrap up, so I'm just gonna do as much as I can in the next 10 minutes before I gotta go. So let's take a look at where we're at right now. There's still, you know, I could probably paint on this for another couple of hours if I really had to, or if I had the opportunity. You can see that there's, you know, it looks a little bit kind of patchy in places because of how transparent some of these colors are. I'm not the biggest fan of being kind of rushed in a painting like this. I feel like that's often where I start to get a little bit sloppy. I start to make mistakes that I don't intend on. Well, I guess every mistake is unintentional, right? Isn't I wish I had another hour. I feel like right now the painting is just finally starting to get to where I want it to be. And so the idea of having just to kind of end here is not satisfying. I mean, I obviously could, you know, later on today after I'm done teaching my photography class, come on and continue painting, but I also have other things to do, and so so you can see painting this kind of dark purple over top of the black is really effective. It makes, now all of a sudden that black gets much darker. It's less kind of streaky and stuff. I don't know, I'm pretty tempted to want to actually do this justice later. Oh man, I don't want to be up all night. It's so close. When you can start seeing it really kind of come together, it's so tempting. So I'm painting these much lighter so that they could show up well on that darker background, and then later on I can go and paint colors over top that I do want to be there. So these are supposed to be more flower-like. Mine are starting to kind of look more like stars, very pointy, hard edges as opposed to kind of round, petal-like quality, but I gotta wrap up here. So let's do these. This is me trying to do little dots as quickly as I can, so they're not the most uniform. Some of those other things are darker shapes, so potentially those could be easy to paint in. Just with darker paint. I gotta... Not done, but I'm out of time. Okay. So... So we're at that time. I'm out of time. There's still plenty of things I'd love to do to this painting. I don't know if I'll be able to carve out time in the next little while to continue working on this, but I do feel pretty good about what I was able to accomplish in about 3.5 hours of painting. There was a bit of chatting before and after. So let's just take a look at them side by side. Maybe before we do that, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. Because today I don't usually do episodes on Wednesdays at 10:30, 11, or whenever we begin. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal link there below. You can send an e-transfer or a check in the mail by contacting me through my email. My email's on the Facebook group and on my website. Both those links are down below. You could also send money through the super chat like Sandra did earlier. Thank you so much, Sandra, for doing that. Okay, so let's take a look at these two side by side. Singa says, I've never seen you rush before, Michael. Okay. So there we go. I mean, there's still, man, there's things that I want to do more to. Some of those colors, like I could still amp up some of the pinks and the blues. If I did another coat of those paints over top of them, the painting would just get brighter and more intense. Also, by darkening the blacks, that's also going to create more contrast, which is going to make those colors appear brighter and more saturated. Things like, let's say here, this could be a darker gray, and that would make the hands pop. Because right now the hands are kind of disappearing because they're surrounded by, you know, values, grays that aren't, you know, that are basically the same. Like if we were to convert this to black and white, this area would look, you know, very similar. It's not going to have a lot of contrast. So we want to crank those up a little bit so to create that contrast. I do really like the areas where I took my purple and went over my black. You can see those worked out really nice, and I think if I did that, you know, especially in here, I think that would make a huge difference. And I'd probably take, instead of putting purple, like a really dark purple, I'd make a dark blue, maybe, you know, a dark pink, and do that in a few different places over top of these blacks, and then they'd be really successful. Obviously painting all of the patterns on her clothes just ran out of time. Because really what I feel like right now is the colors there, but the figure's less defined, right? I think one of the things that's cool about the way she painted this is we feel like her arms kind of coming out to the sides, her hands swooping in. It's very dynamic. And right now mine looks like a copy. It looks like I'm just sort of randomly putting in colors. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of structure going on. So that's what we would hope would happen if we spent more time on here. So let's just quickly go up and yeah, you know, one thing I do love is the textures in, you know, in the felt and the fabric are actually really nice. And that's one thing that we don't see so much of here, which, you know, interestingly enough, a little bit of that streakiness in the paint actually gives it a little bit of texture that it otherwise would lack when it would be otherwise too flat. So yeah, I mean, I look at this and I see a bunch of colors that and shapes that are off, quote unquote, but again, I'm less concerned about I'm really not at all concerned about the shapes being totally different than the original. I mean, I'm actually surprised at how close they look at the moment. It's more the colors that are kind of creating a bit of lack of of structure is what I feel like I want. I want more structure in this painting. Go down here. Some of that streakiness, yeah. The hands, not bad. You know, I think one thing that she's got working for her is the shadows in between all those shapes actually created a little bit of definition. I don't know if I'd want to use something like a Posca pen. If I wanted to do that, I'd probably use a paintbrush and with like a thin glaze, just really tiny little outlines. You can see this little like serrated edge here. We're missing that. All these little details. That here, I mean, goes on and on and on where we could, where we're lacking things, but and last but not least, the face there. Obviously, all those little colors would look quite nice. Well, there's always another day. Like Senga says, usually I try deliberately to do these episodes where I don't have anything immediately coming up afterwards. So, okay, thanks so much for painting along with me. Have a wonderful evening, morning, wherever you happen to be on our beautiful planet. Thank you for painting along with me, for watching, for helping to spread the love and power of art. I think, again, the more people that are making art, consuming art, enjoying art, sharing art with their friends and going to experience art with their families, the more peaceful and beautiful our world would be. The more people who have got a creative outlet for their thoughts and emotions, I think we would live in a much more peaceful planet. And considering what happened to this incredible artist, I do believe in the power of art to affect major change. And so in honor of this great woman, you know, we will not forget. Absolutely. We will absolutely not forget what happened in Bucha. And yeah, hopefully tragedies, genocides like that can eventually one day be a thing of the past. We've been saying that for a long time, but man, oh man, it just seems like, you know, in these days and ages, how are we still like cavemen? Anyway, thank you everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening or morning, and we'll see you guys in our future episode where we take a look at the portrait of King Charles, the new one that was just revealed that people are talking about. So we'll see you then. Have a great evening, morning. I keep saying the same thing over and over and over. Okay. Good night, everybody.